Right, here we are. Just check some things are working. Just check we got some sound and stuff like that. All good. Right, let's plug the phone in. Need some juice. We're off. So, welcome to Gold Valley Lakes. I'm on the Syndicate Lake today. I'm fishing the Saturday Open and I've drawn peg 132. I'm not sure what to do today. It might be a maggot feeder day, it might be a bomb and pellet day. So I'm going to take the gamble and I'm going to fish bomb and pellet, and I'm going to fish 2 pole lines, and I will quickly go. I'll quickly go through the rigs. We start at 10 o'clock, not long. So here we go. Tournament bomb rod, 3/4 of an ounce. Guru bomb. It's 8-pound Diet ST 019 for size 12 QM1 with a bait band. I'm going to fish an 8mm pellet on there. I have got some 11mm pellets, but I don't. And I've got a selection of wafters if I want to change bait for pellets. To my right hand edge, I'm lying down towards that way, top 5 I think it is. Bit of a beastie rig, purple hydro 021, 0.4 gram of a float. That's yeah, 021 down to an 019 hook length, size 12 MWG or SMWG. Not messing about. That's a double cord. Or I might fish a bunch of maggots. And then I've got a line out in front of me, black hydro 021 again, 4B16 float, wire stem for some more stability. There's going to be some wind and some tow all the way down. Bulk and 1 dropper, same again, 019 to a size 12 SMWG. That's the plan. I've got a little different today. I've got a side camera on to try and take some pictures or some footage of me getting a bite on the bomb. I've got my clicker, I've got my stopwatch, I've got a side tray, and what have we got? I've got some 8mm pellets. Obviously I'm going to fish them on the bomb line. I've got some 8mm slightly different ones for hooking. I've got some corn, so I'm going to put a load of corn on the pole line and down the edge. And I've got some micros. I'm going to put them out in front of me. I am in the silvers pool today, so I've got 3 nets in. That third one is going to be for bream. So hopefully I might catch a bream on the pole line. If not, I'm catching carp, which is fine anyway. So that's the plan. Fish the bomb, feed the pole lines, front and down the edge. I won't feed the edge for a couple of hours. And then hopefully we'll catch some fish. The venue has put some new fish in. They came, I think, last week maybe. Some new, quite a lot of stocky carp. Look, about 4 poundish, 4 or 5 pound. So I'm banking on them wanting to eat pellets and to hear the noise of pellets, and that's what I'm trying to catch. So that's why I'm fishing pellets and not maggots. Every year at some point pellets turn on, and then, you know, maggots sort of fade away. And it's quite warm today. It's been raining for the last couple of weeks. It's rained here every day. The temperature's up, and we're not in freezing conditions. So that's sort of my driving factors or thoughts about why I'm going to fish pellet and not maggot feeder. I am, however, different to the people to my right who are going to fish maggot feeders. So let's see what happens. In case it all goes wrong, I have got some maggot feeders with me. But let's be confident, Graham. Let's be confident. Hi, Steve. Nice to see you. And what we're going to feed, I'm going to feed that pole line first, I think. In fact, I'm going to feed some pellets first. Then I'm going to feed the pole line, and then I'm going to footage. I see that the signal's just dropped out. Hopefully that's going to be good. Little side camera aimed at the rod tip. I saw it on I saw it on a Mikey Williams video that he was doing. I thought, oh, I could do that. So let's see how that pans out. We've got a couple of minutes before the all off. catch a load of these maggots on the pole line or down the edge. We'll see. I want to feed it corn. That's what I want to feed it. So I'm going to feed corn and micros to start with down this edge. And to get it ready. Got a good handful of corn, half a pot of corn, I think. We'll start with that and then I'll come back for some micros. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be too cold today. Actually, it was like 9 degrees. It was 7 degrees this morning, 9 degrees. I've still got thermals on, but a couple more degrees and they'll be gone. So it should be nice today. Morning, Gary. So yeah. Oh, I've got a minute. So I'll sprinkle some corn. I'll put another one of I'll just do double pellet. That's what I'll do. Let's do the pole first. I'm excited to start fishing. I've pound marks in the peg next to me. He's probably going to shout some abuse at some point. We'll see. There we go. As I'm shipping straight out over that side camera. Let's put a handful of corn, not corn, half a pot of micros as well. Right, get ready. We've got 8mm pellet on the hook, on the band I should say. Get a little bit of corn. So we're going to fire out a few pellets out, a bit less than that. 5 pellets. I'll do that twice. Drop that bomb right in the middle of it. Rough. Check that camera. Looks okay. We're due rain later. It's raining all the way down here this morning. I think there's more rain to come, so just gonna get those micros put away. That corn put away. And that's nice about this this side tray, it's huge. I can get three full-size pots in a row. So able to push stuff away and then get it all covered up for the rain. Morning private, morning match fishing. Oh, they look good, haven't they? Go round. I'll be caught looking sideways, looking to see it through the other camera. So yeah, hopefully if I get some pulls, I'll be able to do some picture-in-picture slow motion footage of the bite. That's the plan. I need to sort of keep looking to the people to my right. I've got Mark in peg 130 to my right, and I've got Jeb in 128 to the right of him. They're both fishing a maggot feeder by the look of it. So let's see. So I am taking a bit of a gamble today, fishing pellets and not fishing a maggot feeder, but speaking to people, even the ones that have been fishing a maggot feeder the last few weeks, they haven't had bites for the first couple of hours, so I'm not so sure the maggot feeder is making a difference. It may be just a case of when the fish are switching on. So I am taking this little gamble that the noise of the pellets going in might encourage fish to feed in my peg sooner. That's the plan. Just into February. I might be a month early, but let's see. If I'm sitting here after an hour and Mark to my right's caught 4 fish and I've caught none, then I'll put a maggot feeder on. I'm just fishing the. It just slopes away, this lake. It's not like big shelves. I'm not too fussed. I'm more just fishing top 5 because I've heard that there's some fish being caught on top 5. So, but yeah, it'll be pretty flat by the time I get to there. Maybe I should have just said yes. I wasn't looking for that, if that makes sense. I know it's just about a top 5 anyway. The water's still relatively clear, so I'm fishing corn again, so I want a nice visible bait on the bottom. The micros are there to keep the fish still grabbing around if they come and eat all the corn, like in 2 minutes. So it'll give me some bait there if I, don't go on it for a while. But I'll leave it for an hour. I'll fish the bottom for an hour, and then I'll have a look on the pole. And if I've got no bites, I will put another half a pot of bait in. But you will see everything that I do, which is the joy of watching the live match, right? So I'm going to run this to about 8 minutes, then recast with some more pellets. can hear feeders being recast to my right, so similar sort of timing, 5-6 minutes people are casting. Which is what I would expect. Yeah, I think I'm going to go to the big one, and I think I'm going to go on the Saturday. The big one is a big fishing exhibition in Farnborough, just around the corner from here actually, but a little way from where I live. But yeah, I'm going to go to that. It's every year there's a little bit more carp, but I'm an angler, and so I enjoy just wandering around a fishing exhibition with, you know, a few thousand other anglers, you know. There should be a couple of things on the main stage worth listening to, and I'll have a look around the predator section as well, get myself a cup of tea. So if you go and you bump into me, then, you know, feel free to say hi. I'll clean my Daiwa hat up just for the occasion. So yeah, I will be at the big one. And I've also signed up. I've got a ticket for a match called the TikTok Masters at Lindholm Lakes. So later on in the year, I've got to go on a bit of a drive. I think it's about a 3.5 hour drive for me. And I'm actually going up to Lindholm Lakes, and that match is on the Saturday, and I might take a couple of days off either side of it and go and fish Lindholm on the Friday, and then the match on the Saturday, and try and get on another match on the Sunday maybe. We'll see. But yeah, I'm off to Lindholm Lakes later on in the year for something a little bit different. I'm told it's crazy F1 shallow and catching on the bomb, so we'll see. I do see pictures quite often of people with like 6 and 7 keep nets in. So yeah, let's see what happens with that. That could be great fun. So yeah, off to Lindholm Lakes later on in the year. My side tray is a Feederland side tray. Yeah, Feederland side tray, detachable hood. It is a little bit annoying at times when you first get it, these brackets here, because normally your pole would sit through here. Because these fixings are on just here, you tend to bust your landing net with it. But it just takes a little bit of a while to learn to, you know, stick your landing net over it, rest it on your keep net, or later on in the year when I don't worry about the hood so much. But it just takes a bit of getting used to. The plus sides for the size and stability of the tray and the quality of the hood more than makes up for the fact that I occasionally bash it with my landing net. It does seem to be at times only fishing, it's either horrible weather or it's too hot weather. It's never just nice. So I've either got to protect my bait from overheating, or I've got to protect my bait from the rain. And no indications. I'm hearing feelers getting cast again to my right. What's the time? 1/4 past. That means they're definitely on like 5-6 minute casts. It also means that no one's had a bite to my right either. I can see the guy to my left. I don't know if there's anyone actually past him. So yeah, fed the pole line, fished that after the first. Oh, there's an indication. Oh, I need that to develop into a bite. Come on. Could have been a liner. Didn't look like it though. Looked like a fish had grabbed it and spat the bait. Okay, we'll leave this till 6 minutes. It's just 4.5 minutes now, so we'll give it another minute and a half. Those fish have been brought in by the noise. I want to make sure I get some noise again relatively quickly. Let's see. Let's see. So yeah, fed the pole line. We'll fish that after an hour. Have a look, and then we'll give the edge line. Maybe I'll feed that with 2 hours to go. I've got a spare peg between 132 that I'm on and 130, and it's just a top 4 down to my right, a little bit away from the bank. Yeah, it's about top 5 where the lake bottoms out. I've fished it so often, the venue, I don't really even think about it anymore. If I'm fishing short, it's top 5, and that's the same the whole way around the lake. Hi Kevin. Nice to see you. Don't see any fish coming out just yet. I don't know where they are or where they've been coming out. I just hear that a few fish have been coming out here and there. They're too big for that cormorant in front of me to eat, hopefully. So let's get this back in. Get some more pellets. It feels quite really mild actually, and you know, it's meant to be, the weather's meant to get worse, but if that sun tried a little bit harder, it'll burst through the clouds. it's just the sun's just up to my left. Speaking of going to Lindholm later on in the year, I've just sort of been trying to plan out my match diary for the year and get on some matches, and I've got clashes already. I'm fishing the Spring Spectacular at Tunnel Barn Farm 3-day festival in April, so I'm really looking forward to that. I've got the Daiwa Pole Masters at Tunnel Barn Farm in June. Unfortunately, that clashes, the third day of the Pole Masters, that clashes with the Fishermania qualifier here at Gold Valley, so I can't fish the Fishermania qualifier. So I'm sort of disappointed in that, but I'll have to see. I've not bought a ticket now for Fisho, which is a big money event. I'll see if I can sort something out for that over the weekend. I really wanted to fish Boddington on the Boddington Spirit event, but that's sold out immediately. I think I left it one day and all the tickets had gone. So I'm a bit disappointed about that. I've got a Maver match this coming up. I can't remember when it is. I'll post a little post on the post channel. I've got the Thames Festival coming up later on again this year. Really looking forward to that. That was a crazy bream bonanza last year with £297 winning the first day. It was absolutely crazy. So I'm really looking forward to that again this year. I caught a couple of pounds and I was in the same section, but I caught a few breams second day, and I actually won my section the third day. I was confident that I could catch a bream where I was, and I did, and managed to beat everyone else's weight, so that was great. And I think I've got another Maver match this qualifier at Tunnel Barn Farm as well, so I've got a little bit going on at Tunnel, so it means I need to go and fish some open matches. And I've recently got myself some more short top kits so I can rig them up for overshotting rigs. Would I change away? If I see the two they've got to catch a few fish. So the two anglers to my right are really good anglers, Mark Eves and Jeb Atwood. They know what they're doing. They come here regularly, and they're both fishing a maggot feeder, giving away their secrets, but that's what they're doing. And I won't change if they catch one fish. I won't change if they catch two, but let's say Mark to my right caught 3 fish in the first hour and I've had none, then yeah, I would put a maggot feeder on and chuck it out. But I won't change for one fish, and not for 2. I'm hoping that the fish will respond to the sound of the pellets. And I've got spare peg to my left, spare peg to my right. Opposite me, I've got there's 2 spare pegs, just sort of the angle of the lake. So I've got a big area of water, and hopefully I can draw some fish from it. But we'll see. Like I said, I could sit here and catch nothing. I wish I hadn't said that now. There is a possibility I could blank with this approach today. And maybe I should fish maggots on the pole line, and I should fish maggots in the feeder, but we'll see. That's 6 minutes on this cast. I'll let it go for just another minute and then we'll recast at 7 minutes. He's got a fish onto my right, far bank. Oh no, what's he doing? Come on, Tip. Okay, that was the liner. I've struck it, I don't know why. Kind of indications I want though. Just thinking to myself, I've got a pellet waggler in the bag. I think it's a little bit too windy, but you get a little group of these new fish come along. I don't know what they want to do. I don't know whether they're going to go crazy for pellets. Are they going to come up in the water? I assume they've come out of a fish farm, do you know what I mean? So I imagine when they hear bait they go crazy. Let's see. No, I'm not intentionally fishing for silvers. This is a carp match venue. If I was going to fish for silvers, it would have been during the winter, or during the ice breaking period, like I had a few weeks ago. But not now. Maggots, just maggots. If you're going to a venue in these cold months that's got loads of fish in it, including F1s, just fish maggots. Start slow. Kinder pot of maggots. That's it, nothing else. You could maybe fish another line with some micros and an expander. if you've got an island and you can get to it, you could maybe dob some maggots or dob a bit of bread. Really depends on what the peg looks like. But if this was full of, take all the carp out of this lake where there's no islands, and it's like 6-7 foot deep, 8 foot deep, just carrying some extra water right now, then I'll be straight out to 30 meters, tap some maggots, and I'll probably come top 5, top 6, tap some maggots, start like that. Essentially, in the winter, start slow and start with a bait that's going to wriggle away, which is why maggots are perfect. So you can't really overfeed them. Don't start lashing in handfuls, do you know what I mean? But if you put them in a kinder pot and just start tapping them out, then you can't go wrong. There was times when I would fish, you know, start here and put balls of ground bait in and that type of stuff, but there's not enough silvers in here to do that, and F1s don't really care about it, so it's not good. But yeah, maggots, maggots, maggots. The only reason I'm fishing pellets here today excuse me, is because of these new stockies, and I think they'll respond to pellets. And at some point this venue will switch from maggots to pellets, and the question is just about when is that? Is it going to be now because the temperature's warmed up? I've heard that a few people have caught a few fish on pellets in the last couple of matches, so could be now, could be next week, could be beginning of March, but and then as soon as that happens, it's just pellets. Fish go crazy for them. Although I still fish corn down the edge. I'm good, I'm back out fishing. I've had a couple of weeks off. And then but I'm more in Austin. I'm in kayak, I'm going to call you that, kayak. It's easy then. Ooh. So yeah, I can't see another angler past the guy to my left. I've just seen him cast out, and that looked like a bomb. He's fishing it more towards a rope than I am. Ooh, as ever, I'd appreciate if you hit the like button on the live stream and share it if you fancy it. The more the merrier. Hopefully we're going to catch some fish today. I could have made a tactical bad choice. but let's see. And if you ever wonder, I chuck my bomb around a little bit. It's not always in exactly the same spot. I'm not worried about that at all. I'm trying to attract big fish. I'm trying to attract a lot of them, and I don't want to put it on a tiny little area. I don't want to clip it up, because when you get bites on the bomb, quite often they can just tear off like crazy. So I'm happy that it's in quite a wide area. The important thing is I feed and then I chuck it to the feed. So whilst it may change a little bit, if the fish are attracted to the noise of the pellets going in, then I'm always in that same place. The people fishing maggot feeders still haven't caught, so I haven't seen anyone else catch either. I think quite a lot of fish have been feeding, you know, after the first few hours, like after lunchtime. We fish 10 till 3, but I think a lot of fish are getting caught in the last 2 hours. Oh, little rattle on the tip then. More suggested it was just knocked by a fin, or a fish just brushed into the line. That's how I interpret that movement on the tip. Because these fish are so big, they can sort of choose to eat when they fancy it, you know. In the summer times, when they're hungry like all the time, using a lot of energy, trying to consume a lot of bait to replenish that, you know, you can catch a lot quicker in the match, you know, from the first cast in, you know, hook yourself a fish. But in these colder winter months, when the fish slow down, then they seem to only want to feed towards the end of the day, unless you're on a load of them, and all the temperatures, you know, on the increase. So I'm not worried about no bites so far. I think about my peg versus the peg to my right. My peg's got a load of pellets in it. They're all just sat there slowly breaking down, like super slowly breaking down because it's cold. Whereas their pegs have got maggots in them, and the maggots are swimming, you know, crawling away. So it could be that I just build up some bait during the first 3 hours, then the fish come in and I can catch fish after fish after fish after fish. There's no, I'm just talking, that would be brilliant if that happened, right? Wouldn't it? I fed the peg for 3 hours, and then I had a fish a chuck for the last 2 in the beginning of February. And now I'm saying that, I'm like, I'm not sure that's going to happen, Graham. I'm not sure that's going to happen. But let's see. Just looking around, I still don't see anyone else catching. Not yet. Let's keep going. Fishing a bomb to my right. To my left, sorry. So he's got a bomb and a pellet to my left, and they're fishing maggot feeders to my right. Morning, John. Quietly, that's how it's going today. It's going quietly currently. I've had a little liner, and then another little fish brushed the line, I think. But that's it. I'm taking a bit of a gamble fishing pellets. It was a maggot feeder or pellet choice. I've gone for pellets, which might be too early in the season, but or in the year, but we'll see. The guy to my left's also fishing a pellet. The two to my right are fishing maggot feeders, and I don't think they've caught either. So at the moment, 44 minutes in, we're all winning. So as I was saying earlier, if they were to catch fish and I wasn't, then I might consider switching. But because we're now 45 minutes in and they haven't caught, then that window for me to think about switching is reducing, you know. It's not like a pleasure fishing session. You know, we've got a fixed finish at 3 o'clock. So I start on pellets, they start on maggots. If you imagine this is like a race with 2 lanes and imagine it's like 2 race horses. I like this analogy. And they've both gone off the blocks. One's team maggot, one's team pellets. And we're at 45 minutes and no one's had a bite. Which means I said I was willing to switch if they caught like 3 fish in an hour. Now, in order for them to catch 3 fish, then that's going to be nearly 2 hours of the match gone, maybe, from this point. That would only leave 3 hours of the match left. So if I switch, I've only got another 3 hours to actually fish maggots, and they haven't caught for the first hour. So I've only then got 2 hours to catch some fish. This is how I think about it as a match angler. So at that point, is it worth switching? If I think more fish come on the feed with 2 hours to go anyway, if they get to 2 hours in and haven't caught on maggots, then I don't think there's any way that I'm going to switch. They would have to catch loads of fish in hour 3, or maybe, you know, catch 3 fish in half an hour, so it's still halfway through the match. But then I'm behind, you know, I'm 3-4 fish behind. You know, why would I think that I'm going to catch up and overtake them? It's quite interesting. That's how I think about it anyway. What am I doing versus what are other people doing? It's not like we're fishing an F1 venue and they're fishing to cover and I'm fishing open water and they catch some fish and I can switch to fish, you know, to cover straight away and catch immediately. you know, on the third day of the Thames Festival this year, I started on the pole and the gentleman to my right started on the feeder. I think by the end of the first hour he maybe had 2 bream, and then I decided to switch to bream because I wasn't going to catch him based on my catch rate on the pole. It then took me another hour to catch a fish, and then he slowed down and I overtook him in the third hour. But in this scenario here, you know, I'm not sure that I would catch them up and overtake them the longer it goes on. If they caught straight away and they've had 3 fish in the first half an hour, I'd have switched and that would have been it, right? And then we've got 4.5 hours for me to catch them up and overtake them. I think I've made my point. Just keep me prattling on. Can someone just respond with a, yeah, that makes sense, Graham, or that sounds completely rubbish? Back of last year, I was, do you remember around Christmas time, if you were watching the streams then, just before, maybe before Christmas, when I was not catching fish and I said it's because there's no fish in my peg, and you know, then they switched on in the last like hour and a half, and maybe it was that they were in my peg but they were further out and I was fishing too short. But it's a similar sort of thing, you know, how much can you catch to then catch up and overtake the person next to you. That whole section's getting edited out, by the way, if I make a video of this match today. Just on that note, there was a couple of matches I did fish over the winter between Christmas and New Year. I've not turned them into streams. I caught a couple of fish, not a lot, but they're available on the channel to watch if you want some more content that you might not have seen if you didn't catch the streams. There's one where my peg was like half covered in ice for most of the day. That was quite good. I enjoyed that match. I didn't catch a lot, but I enjoyed it. And then there was another. It's not a bite. I'm going to recast now, and then that's going to probably give me a 10-minute cast. Two lanes, maggots, pellets, depending if he's how far up. What's the point in switching? There you go, that's the short version. Can't catch him up and beat him. Come on, Tip. Maybe I'm not talking enough. I need to talk a fish on the line. Just needs to bend round. You can sort of tell if people aren't catching, right? If you're fishing a match, if you've never done it before, after like the first hour, if no one's caught and no one's catching, people start chatting to each other. They start saying, have you caught any bites, any indications, that type of thing. But generally it's only after the first hour. On a venue like this, it's full of carp anyway. Now, interesting, gentleman down on peg 118, gentleman called John Radford, good angler, catches loads. Normally peg 118 you would fish with a method feeder or a bomb, but he's on the pole. And I can see two silver sections, So that means he's fishing 14.5 meters, because it's probably a Daiwa pole. And he's on that before the hour's up, which is interesting. So that makes me think he's not catching a load of fish. Gentleman on peg 1, Steve Saunders, he's got loads of spare pegs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 spare pegs to his right, to his left, sorry. And I don't think anyone's on this bank, so you know, the opposite side of the lake. So he's got 13 spare pegs of water. Is that right? No, 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 11. 6 on this bank, 5 on his bank. And I haven't seen him catch. He's firing in bait up the bank by the look of it. I'm not sure everyone will appreciate me giving a running commentary on how they're fishing the lake, but I'm sure they won't mind. Um, 11-foot Daiwa tournament rod. It's old now. I must have bought it 13 years ago. 3012 TDR reel, also about 12 years old. Daiwa ST mainline, £8 to a size 12 QM1 hook with a bait band. And 8mm pellet. These are very old now, very old Ringers pellets, when they were a lot darker and a lot oilier. Well, they do feel a lot like drying out a little bit, but I've used those on the hook now for all my bomb fishing for about the last 10 years. Not these particular packet, but I've got a box of them, 3-pint box of them that's opened, and I've been using it forever. I just use them for hookers. In fact, on that basis, I don't know why I bring a tub with so many of them. But yeah, I like them. They're just really dark, and they're a bit different to the fishery pellets. Although the fishery pellets now are, you know, I'm happy with those. I'm quite happy to use those. I do on the pellet waggler. I'm a big fan of feeding and fishing the same bait, but I've had good success with those pellets on the bomb, so I will use them until they run out. Yeah, I've got a SLR for the feeder for the river, and I brought it today. I've got it. There's a couple of pegs here, peg 120 and 121. They're really long chucks. So I've got a bigger reel. I can't remember what it is. 25 QD, something like that. I don't remember. I bought it for the river, the rod and the reel, but they're perfect for here on longer chucks. So that I've got to get this rod re-varnished. It's lost its varnish down this bottom section. I need to take it to a specialist and get it redone. Oh yeah, if you're going to go for a SLR rod, just because I think it's beefy by nature. I think I'd get a 12 foot. You know, they're great for long chucks. Still don't see anyone catching. Now we have had a lot of rain, but they've had a lot of rain every single day here. But there was a lot of rain before the match last Saturday, and then the match on Sunday people caught, so there's no real change in the weather conditions. In fact, if anything, this is slightly nicer conditions than the previous rainy, cold weekend. So let's see. Right, that's my lot. Let's have a quick look on the pole line. Usual. It's got tangled round that. Stupid. Look. So tippets of corn, nice big visible bait. Let's see if there's anything there. I expect this to go straight away, or not at all. I've got a different mount for the camera today, so it's going to be not quite as good as it is sometimes, but hopefully it's alright. So as I said, we're going to give this a few minutes, no more. And if there's nothing there, then we're going to feed some more bait on it and then come back later. What I'm hoping for is either there's some fish still eating that corn that I put in earlier, or there's some fish that are milling around eating their micros because they've eaten all the cord already. And if there's no fish, I'm going to put some more cord on it anyway. And if that means I've put a bigger pile of corn, then I'm okay, because I put half a pot in and then I don't mind putting another half a pot on top. Just holding it nice and still. I've got about 3-4 inches of line on the bottom. Oh, fish in front of me on my sort of bomb line. Just slightly to the right. That's 2.5 minutes. No indications. Give it another couple of minutes and then we'll get off it straight away. I don't need to spend time on here. They're either going to be here or they're not. Like you get a liner, or you know, you get a false indication, or you get a proper bite, or where fish may swim into it from, versus here that's not the case. I've got to spend a couple more minutes now because I was fishing to the right of where I put the bait in. Just realised. Not unexpected really, but put another half a pot of cord in there, maybe just slightly less. Back out on the bomb. Right, back to the bomb. I've got some wafters with me, but I could put a wafter on, but I'm just not sure that's the right move. I'm just going to stay on these pellets, I think. Still don't see. It's my pal Neil over there in 107. Slow, slow, slow. Not just for me though. Not just for me. Mark? 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 Mark?
Sorry?
Any bites?
Have I any bites?
Yeah.
3 bites out the star bar. Right. I'll tell you what's been caught though.
Nothing.
118's got 2 carp.
Right.
116's got an F1.
Yeah.
114's got 1 carp. 107's got an F1. And on our bank, 122's got 1 F1. Yes,
Right. Well, sorry for the shouting, but that's quite good for knowing, yeah.
what?
That's quite good knowledge, yeah. So, according to Mark next door, 107's got 1 F1, 114 has got a carp, 116's got a carp, 118's got 2 carp. Sorry, 116's got an F1, 118's got 2 carp, and then 1 F1 on this bank. Very slow start today. but that makes me delighted, because one fish can just catch up all that. So that 118's got another. He's got another one, Radford. It's an F1. Right. Okay. Slow start for everyone then. Slow start for everyone. I'm going to stay doing what I'm doing. In that case. High that camera, isn't it? It's interesting, now we're 1 hour and 21 minutes in. Is Pellets the right choice, or is Maggots the right choice? And there's not enough fish to have been caught to know. I expect them to catch some fish down at 116, 118. the wind's blowing down there, and the organisers expect them to catch 2, because that's why there's 10 spare pegs or 11 spare pegs up towards my left, both sides of the lake. So everyone anticipates that there'll be some weights down there. But it's a bit inconclusive. It just makes me think that the fish are just not feeding at the moment. Like I said, it makes me think it's a fish topic. And in the winter months, it's difficult to get the fish to feed if they don't want to feed. Still, I'm out of the bank, he says. It's probably going to be pouring with rain by the end of the match. Come on, fish. Just trying to decide whether I'm going to speed up the casts and go down to 5 minutes, or whether I'm going to lengthen the casts, the time between them, and then go up to 10 minutes. In theory, when it's fishing well and there's lots to be caught and the fish are reacting to the noise, then reducing the amount of time between casts is the right thing to do, and in the winter generally increasing the time is the right thing to do. So I think maybe that's what I'm going to do for a minute. Have a few 10-minute casts, see what happens. Let's see. So everyone's still there. You I'm thinking about a few things and ruling them out in my mind. I've thought about chucking a method feeder over the top of it. I don't think that's what I want to do. I want to try and catch on pellets today. I want to see if they will switch on to pellets, and I've also thought about switching it to a wafter. One of my favourite chocolate orange wafters, to see if it will stand out and get me a bite, but I'm ruling both of those out for the moment. I'm going to stay with the feed pellets, fish pellets. Stick with that approach. Where I was saying that the sun looked like the sun could poke through earlier, now the clouds have doubled up and the wind has got up slightly and there's a fine rain in the air. I think we're getting ready for the rain. I think it's February now, and I think I'm going to White Acres in April, so that's not too long, is it? I have to check how long that is. I'm going on a little holiday with the family, and then hopefully I'm going to sneak in a couple of days fishing. I think they do a Wednesday open for residents, so I'm going to try and get on that, and then maybe there's a Saturday match I can get on as well. Never fished the venue before, so that'd be nice. I just don't know what the weather's going to be like. Probably wet and horrible. And then if I like it, I might have to go and book myself in on a festival for next year. Let's see. that wind nicely blowing in my face. I feel the temperature just dropping. Come on, Tit, round you go. Come on, it's an hour and a half now, it's long enough time for a bite. Thanks everyone for tuning in, by the way. I really appreciate it. Come on, fish, come on. I think when I said it felt quite mild earlier, I'm changing my mind on that now to cold. The wind's got up a little bit, it's blowing in my face. Temperature feels like it's dropped a couple of degrees. That's compounded by the fact that the tip's not going around. I would say though that I have got a load of pole rigs made up for the summer, or the spring and the summer. I can't wait to get back to Tunnel Farm for the spring spectacular and hopefully catch some fish on meat as everyone did last year. That should be great fun. Lunch and meat, that is, in case anyone's not sure what I mean. So yeah, I'm just going to think in my mind towards those sunnier times when I'm having to put sun cream on before a session. Unlike now when I'm wondering if I've got one of those hand warmers still in the bottom of a bag, but I don't think I do. And the people that work here, I don't see any anglers on the other lakes. I suspect everyone's thinking it's too cold and has stayed at home. Come on, I still think the tactics are right. I'm going to just stay on the pellets. I think the fish aren't feeding at the moment. Maybe there's just a few milling about. there's odd fish being caught in areas where I think that there would be more fish anyway. I need to be confident in the choice that I've made for the day. What I'm thinking about that pellet feeder is, if it's not the pellet feeder, about putting the method feeder in the same place. If they're not feeding, I don't mind that I'm leaving like a bunch of 8 mils all over the place. It's like the same bait, but if I then put in a load of micros in loads of different places too, I think the fish can get really preoccupied trying to hunt micros in one particular area, whereas I think they'll happily more graze across a bed of 8 mils. So that's why I'm not doing it. I don't think there's a need to fish further out or closer in at the moment. I will have another look on the pole at the top of that hour, and then make some decisions about what I feed if I don't get any bites off of it then. But outside of that, I think it's right to just stay with my tactic, you know. Sometimes the worst thing you can do is change. Imagine there's some fish down there now just slowly eating their way through those 8 mil pellets. They just need to get to my one. And then I go and put something different on and they're, you know, not interested because they've been eating 8 mil pellets. That's my positive speech to myself in the light of this increasing wind, cold wind, blowing in my face. Oh, what are you doing? Come on, Kojak. Everyone else has fallen asleep because I'm not catching anything. I've talked to everyone else. Everyone else is watching it. It's turned into like an insomniac channel. Just I'll talk people to sleep, prattling on about stuff. Come on, fish. This is the fishing stream, not the looking at a lake stream. Come on. I'm confident. Now he's walking back to his peg. If you're still awake and you're still watching, can you type something in chat? Then well, it takes you about, I don't know, 5 minutes, not even that, to sign up for Gmail, and then you can completely ignore it and then just chat to me on the YouTube channel. Kojak's alive. Kojak's awake. He was the last one in, or she was the last one in. It's always a positive sign, but everyone else, they may have gone to sleep. Come on, Tip. Well, this is oh, here we go. John's still awake. Yeah, just about the fact that you're awake, Kojak. That's all. I'm just trying to see who else is still awake in the channel. John's awake. Gosh, what a day. Right now, this is not looking like I'm going to have to make this into a video. I did a video in the first, I think this is the, I can't remember what year of the channel now, but in the first year I think I blanked and I made a video out of it, and I even put on the thumbnail I blanked, and I think I still got like 4,000 views. Come on, who else is awake? Gary's awake, Austin's awake. Come on, we do like a roll call. Come on, who else is alive? Just imagine people join the channel, right? Maybe everyone's giving it a thumbs up, you know, sharing the stream. Everyone's coming in going, oh, it's like, you know, there's 40 people watching, must be catching a few fish. It's like, actually, I've just sat here for an hour and 45 minutes and got cold. Come on. I think what I'm going to do is if I don't catch today, not that I'm starting to doubt myself, if I don't catch today, I might go home and take a picture of my goldfish and just post it on the channel. Just for some signs of evidence of fish today. Yeah, if my other half is German, and they've got a word, you know, just for these occasions in German, I think, which is Schadenfreude. Laughing at others' misfortune. I think maybe it's appropriate today, I don't know. Watching someone blank. Cheers, John. Excuse me. It's not going well, is it? It's not going well.
Somebody said to me, £100.
How much?
Someone told me £100.
Okay.
And I said, I think £60.
John's watching the channel and he says it's fun watching. How much? Yeah, I see him catching. Is he just catching them up the bank where I caught them before in that undercut? Yeah, like I did a couple of years ago. Yeah. Yeah. Gentleman on peg 118, John. He's has 7 F1s. If you could imagine John's down there on the last peg on the other bank, and then he's got the far bank. That whole bank is undercut, and just over the years and years of the wind blowing in that way. And I think there was a video that I did maybe about 2 years ago now where I caught against that bank catching F1s, big ones as well. Hey? Yeah. So yeah, there's an undercut bank over there, and you can catch against the bank in these tough conditions. And yeah, there was a video that I did. They were pulling my black hydro. It was quite funny. I'm just watching his poles moving forwards and backwards quite regularly. He's fishing a short line up the bank by the look of it, and a long line up the bank. Wow. Turning over to the Olympics. I don't mind. It's got to play cricket. I appreciate your commitment, everyone. Yeah, no, I know. I'm only joking. I know what it's like. I fished at this venue now for, gosh, how long have I fished here? 30 years? I know what it's like fishing in the winter. Or through these winter months. But yeah, go around the far banks, catching a load of F1s up. I say a load, plenty of F1s, but there'll probably be £3-4 each. So let's say he's got £30 maybe. He's got a carp as well. I can see him throwing maggots. I can see him catapulting. Right, sorry, that's not true. I can see him throwing. I think I saw him catapulting. Watching you struggle is great. You're probably not the only one thinking that. What I always said about the stream was it was always going to be the goods and the bads, you know, and probably in some ways the bads would be quite relatable for everybody, you know. It's not going to be highly polished content where, you know, I'm having a fantastic day and, you know, I'm catching loads of fish. Some days are going to be like this. Some days I'm going to really struggle, and there's a lot of realism to that. And you know, you're watching something very genuine, realistic, and yeah, like relatable, I think probably the best word. Not everyone bags up when they go fishing. You got a fish next door. No, got a plummet. Right, where's my wafters? Nice little wafter, ready to go. So I probably jumped a little bit, but as I was just saying, I'll see this cast 3 to 5 minutes, and I'm just going to quickly nip to the loo and then give a wafter a go for a couple of chucks. Basically what it is, I'll go finish the cast, come back, check the pole, there's nothing on the pole, then I'll put a wafter on for a couple of chucks and see what happens. I think we'll do it that way around. Cool. In fact, I'm going to do that all now. Right, please bear with me a second. If it all disappears, I will come back. Right. Let's see if there's any fish on the pole line, and then if not, we're going to put some more bait on there. Switch that bit of corn. I'm not going to feed the edge until I get until I'm going to fish it like half an hour later. I'm not going to feed it and then not go on it for an hour. But it's not the time to do that yet, so it could be the time. Is that when the light's fading, you know? But that's not now. So let's give this a couple of minutes. See if there's anything on this pole line. It's top 5. As I was discussing earlier, it's on the bottom of the lake. Like this is the bottom of the slope. By the time it gets to top 5, it's just gone level, and then we'll carry on being level further out. Maybe it will be, you know, slight difference, but the distance, the depth that it is now will be the same depth at 13 meters. Oh, what's that? Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. It's called Carp. What's that? You hold it up for the audience. Who says competitive match fishing is not sociable? So that's what, 2 hours it's taken that bite on the match. Hey? Yeah. You can be second in the match now. It's funny, Mark. Right, just switch over to that wafter. See, the stream's lagging a little bit. I can't do anything about it, unfortunately. Hopefully it will just continue to lag a little bit and catch up versus disconnecting. Going to cast this on 5-minute casts. Make a little bit more noise. Hopefully that's going to go round. Come on, fish, come on. they're still not seeing the fish get caught. The gentleman on the end, John, he's still continuing to catch. I think up against that bank. Peg 118. Fish just topped out there, just short of my bomb, well, short of my bomb line, further than my pole line, but it's definitely a fish. There's a few movements. I'm getting excited because I've seen a fish move. Mark's just caught a fish. Come on, tip. Sun trying to break through again. John in the corner net another fish. Come on. Southern, how you doing? Hi Smokes and Terry. Boss, currently I've had a couple of touch in peg 101. I think there's one F1, might be a blank, might be a carp F1, and then John in the corner on 118 is catching a load of F1s tight up against the bank on the pole by the look of it. So very slow day. but confident. I've made a bit of a bold move today. I've decided to switch to pellets. It could be completely wrong. It could be that it needs to be above 10 degrees, but I've gone early. I think smokes, it's because most people have fallen asleep. I think that's why they haven't hit the like button. John's awake, he's enjoying watching me blanking. Which is a bit harsh, I think. So we'll stay with this. I'm going to check the pole again at 1 o'clock, and at that point I'm going to feed the edge line as well. A little bit of me says it's crazy to feed the edge, but I have heard of people hooking some fish down the edge. But yeah, I don't know why it's so tough today. Could be because I'm fishing pellets, but I'm sort of talking for everyone else as well, you know. John's hitting another F1. He's catching loads. Yeah, it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. We're all right. We're all right. Cutting down to like 4 pellets. Boo, boo, boo. Come on. I was thinking about fishing a little bomb and bag, a little PVA bag with some pellets in it today, but because it was going to rain, it would have been a terrible idea. I don't know where the rain's gone. It's been like a little bit of fine rain. That's all now disappeared. But if John's catching fish up that bank, and he's had a dozen F1s already, if he's had 10, he's got £30, so he's got £40. Yeah, he could have £80 by the end of the match, just carrying on doing what he's doing. Ooh. I do, but it's banned at the venue. You're not allowed to use it. The predominant method all through the winter is to fish maggots. Fish a maggot feeder. That's what dominates the matches. But yeah, at some point that stops and switches to pellets, and I've taken a gamble today and fired in some pellets. Primarily, not trying to get my words right. There's been a load of new fish delivered to the lake, a lot of little 3-4 pound stockies, and I was happy that if some fish want to eat pellets and then they've been introduced, then maybe you could actually do quite well by feeding pellets and making a bit of noise, but it's not working out like that. However, Mark to my right is fishing a maggot feeder, and the gentleman Jeb to his right is who fished a maggot me to start. I don't think they've caught apart from Mark's one fish. So whilst it's not worked out for me, it's not, I think it's not more of a case of the bait. I think it's more of a case of fishing this area feeding. That's the topic. John in the end on 118 is catching a load of fish. He's catching F1s against the bank, but the bank's under carp. We all know it's under carp. We know the fish live under the bank. So in the winter it's a good place to drop a bait down. So, and I catch plenty of F1s up against the bank. So not mega surprising, but yeah. Anyway, listen, thanks for watching, right? I'm always really appreciative of it, and especially when it's tough like this. So I appreciate everyone being here, and thanks everyone for that. I will always give a reminder about hitting the subscribe button. It's a free way to support the channel. I think I'm at 2118 subs currently when I go live, so fingers crossed we're going to catch before the day's out. It's John next to another fish. Well done to him. that person's posting, but time to leave the channel. See ya. Do you know them, Kojak? I saw you said hello to them. I don't know why they're come spamming some other channel. Anyway, it didn't look like fishing related chat to me. So time to go. I'm not sure the pellets are the right idea today. Are they saying that? I'm not sure anything is. I say I'm not sure pellets are the right idea, but then again I'm not sure anything is. Is Jeb caught? Is Jeb caught? You've still got one? You've still got one? Oh. Here comes the rain, just to make it better. So, a little update halfway through the match, and well, I think the clickers say it all, don't they? 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0. So no fish as of yet, and it's seemingly a lot harder today than I thought it might be. I've taken a gamble that the new stock of fish and some reports I've heard of people catching on pellet was a good idea to go for a pellet approach today. I've had a couple of little indications, but that's it. Although there's not a lot of fish being caught at all. Oh, that's a little indication then. I'm currently fishing on a orange wafter. But yeah, so there's one person who's catching a few fish, which is John. He's on peg 118. He's catching F1s on the pole up the bank, which is a known spot if it gets difficult. But outside of that, people have caught like one fish, or you know, one carp, one F1, nothing to speak of. If you caught 2 carp, I think you'd be second place. So looks like John's going to be the runaway contender for the moment. But because no one's catching, he's caught himself. Looks like a big chunky F1. He's had that on the bomb. So yeah, I'm going to continue to do this and see how we go. Don't come last. I don't plan on coming last, don't worry. Just going to stay on this wafter for a little bit longer. A few more casts, it's not going to hurt. He's had that fish to my left, I think, on a bomb, fishing pellet. So let's see. I think it's still marked to my right. So one fish on the maggot feeder, and I think Jeb to the right of him fishing maggots is still blanking. So oh yeah, Perry's fishing today. I don't know where. I don't see him on the far bank, so he must be on my bank, further down towards peg 120. Come on, Tim. There was a time in my life when I refused to fish in months like this. I used to pack up and then go, right, I'll see you in the spring. What's that? What do you mean the rods or the line? You confuse me. Right, we'll go through to the top of the hour, then I'll have another look on the pole, and then when I finish on the pole I'll feed the edge line. I think I'm just deciding whether I'm going to put a load of maggots on that pole line or not. I could do. I could just stick with corn, I'm not sure. Oh, blame the tools. Oh no, the tools are fine. Don't blame the fish. It's just that the fish are on a we'll eat lunch at 3 o'clock today. That's all it is. Here comes the rain to make it even more fun. I was thinking, how could today get more fun? Yeah, it's completely the fish's fault. Completely. They pay no attention to my match plan discussion at the start of the day. Maybe it's a little bit early in the year to try fishing pellets again. You know. But with one F1 to a pellet to my left, and I think that's what he's got, and I think one carp to my right, one maggot feeder, you know. None of it matters really. If it had been the right thing, it would be great, and it still might be the right thing, and it still might be great. Let's see. Oh. Yeah, Andrew, it sometimes does, but the signal strength is good enough that it doesn't drop out, which is what's important. Well, it'd be nice if it didn't, but maybe it's the camera I've put down at the side to try and catch a couple of clips of me getting bites. Maybe that's I've jinxed it. mess with my setup. Maybe it's because I'm fishing on a Saturday and not a Sunday. Maybe I should have fished Maggot. Maybe it's just a bit moody. It's certainly going to be quick for the people that got away in today, that's for sure. Right, and then we've got 10 more minutes or so, and then I'll have another look on the pole line. So yeah, I've spent the last couple of weeks doing some family stuff, but also making up lots and lots of rigs for the spring and the summer. Got plenty of stuff already prepared, eggs rigs and meat rigs and that type of stuff for the spring spectacular at Tunnel Barn Farm, and then hopefully use some of those down at Whiteacres, and just moving on to do my shallow rigs. There's going to be a lot of overshotting fishing at Tunnel Barn Farm again this year. So I've ordered some new top kits, got them all ready, I've got some elastics, got to just do those top kits, and then I need some more RW floats. But they seem to be out of stock constantly of the dibbers and the inline dibbers. But hopefully they'll come, and then I will be able to, or they'll get them so I can buy some, and then we'll be good to go. I don't think I've ever got as many rigs made up as I've got made up currently, and then to be fair, I actually need to start getting on my river rigs, but I normally do that during the close season and get loads of rigs tied up for the river. Some more fish would be good. Nigel's found his old account. Nigel, it's not working yet, mate, but it's here. Oh. No, I am feeding it on the pole line. So yeah, so I'm definitely prepared for a bunch of matches in the spring and the summer. I feel good about that. Oh. So I think we're going to run this. Let's run this cast until the top of the hour then, and then have a look on the pole. Feed an edge line, I don't know why, but as I said, I have heard of people hooking some fish down the edge. It's deep, that's for sure. So we'll do that anyway. It's not tight up against the bank, but if any of you have seen me fish this lake during the coldest months, the right tight to the bank is horrible on this lake. It's like rocks and boulders everywhere, so it's a little bit off the bank, but that should be good. And maybe I'll catch a fish down the edge towards the death, but let's see. I think anyone that's fishing the Rushmore competition tomorrow here that was thinking about fishing pellets might be thinking that they need to buy some maggots. In general, Nigel, it's going brilliant. Today on the match it's going not so great. I am currently blanking. It's a bit chilly. Don't see anyone else catching. And maybe I've missed them catching the odd fish, but I always suspect if I'm on pellets and I think I'm going early on pellets that everyone else is fishing maggots still. And for some reason the lake's like, nope, not interested today. Now, I've not fished it the last few weeks, and I wonder if everyone's catching fish at the, the very end of the day. Maybe that's the case. You can only feel how cold those hands are. Come on, Tip. Maybe I should give more updates based on the time. That was when I got an indication. I thought it was going to be a bite, it never happened. But yeah, maybe I should give more updates. Maybe just and the stream lagging. Come on, Tip. Yeah, I'm still. Neil, have you caught a fish? Neil's fishing in 107. I've heard you've caught an F1. Is that true? Have you caught? No, you're waving your hand at me like you haven't. No, there's not a good. No, there's not a good head of silvers. There's a bunch of bream. Yeah, I think that's fair to say. There's a bunch of bream that are like £3. They can be really spooky. Like you can catch one and then they'll just disappear. Some days on the feeder, if you fish maggots, you'll catch like 3 or 4 of them. And there's a bunch of roach, but there's a bunch of cormorants. So those roach that there are, there's a pipe that goes between this lake and the bungalow lake, and they tend to hide up the pipe. That's not enough roach for the whole lake. So there is roach. You know, I've gone down. There's some videos. You'll see live streams. I'm fishing down the edge on double corn, and then I'll catch a roach, and I'll be like, "What's this rubbish?" But there's not a head of silvers that I would fish for silvers in here. No. If you fish maggots, you're fishing for carp. Yeah, I'm blanking, Neil. It's got one F1 to my left. I'm blanking. Mark's had one carp to my right, about £7. I think Jeb's blanking. John Radford down the end on 118 has caught a load of F1s up the bank. He's probably got, I don't know, 15 F1s, maybe. Maybe that's overdoing it, but he's caught loads. I think I've seen Steve to your right catch one. The guy to your left I haven't seen catch. Then I think he's had a carp. I think Roger might have had one F1. It's really difficult, mate. If anyone's wondering, Neil's fishing on the far bank, peg 107, in the same match that I'm fishing. Right, 2 hours to go. I've said, Neil, that if it finishes like this, I'm going to have to go home and just take a picture of the goldfish in the pond. Just so people can see some fish for the day, do you know what I mean? Right, let's feed that edge line. Let's feed maggots and corn. I'm not really sure it's a good idea, but I'm going to do it. 3/4 of a pot of bait. And that is going down there. There. Let's have another look out here. Come on. fish a silvers match at a place where there's a bunch of carp. I ended up catching a bunch of carp. And now I'm fishing at a carp venue and I can't catch any carp. I know a few people said that it's crazy fishing a silvers match in a venue full of carp and you can't count the carp, but they don't allow the carp to be put in keep nets. So so we were going to have a match on the venue. So the only thing you can fish for is silvers. And I think it's a nice little challenge actually to try and catch silvers out of a lake and not, you know, not encourage the carp. Or how do you try and avoid carp, you know? So I thoroughly enjoyed the day, even though I had 30 pound of carp and one bream. Right, that's 4 minutes. No indications at all on this float. I'm just wondering, I could turn this to maggots. I'm not sure though. I do like fishing corn. What I'm going to do, put more corn, more micros. Oof. It's going to be a bit colder. Oh, yeah, exactly. I'm told that there's massive weights of bream caught on that lake, by the way, that I fished. I'm also told that there's bream up to £6 in it, which is one of the appeals of going. Right. Let's settle back down for slightly colder weather. It's a bit of a lag on the stream now. Feels like it's a couple of minutes. fact, it is quite a while. Right. Or maybe they delay a little bit intentionally to try and stabilise the connection. I don't quite know, but you're definitely slightly behind me now. So 2 hours to go. I did just think about switching to a maggot feeder, and I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. I'm going to stay fishing on the bomb like I am, and see it through to the rest of the match. Because if I switch now, the time when I think that people are going to catch the most fish towards the end of the day, I won't have proved anything to myself, and I will have switched baits, and that'll be it. I'll have learnt nothing. Now, I don't think I'm coming in next week, but I don't know. So if I fish pellets today and don't catch, then I'll fish maggots next week. Simple as that. So let's stay on the pellets, and let's just see it through, I think. No good, unfortunately, Jay. I'm sitting here currently blanking. I'm doing all right at eating. That's quite good today. As I tuck into a second chocolate bar, but the fishing is no good. Or I'm doing it, well, I'm not going to go into it. It's not about me doing it wrong. If it was me doing it wrong, then everyone else would be catching on maggot, and they're not. Squats. Only if I was fishing a canal. Lakes today. When's that? How far back is that when you were fishing squats? That must be before commercials. So you must be talking about pre-1990, really. Unless you were fishing club waters for some tench and some stuff like that, maybe some crusions. How long ago is that, Nigel? It's got to be a long time ago. Unless you're fishing canals and drains. if I went and fished a canal today, then I might consider taking some squats. But I would never fish squats at a carp venue. I would never fish squats at a commercial. I would never fish squats if it had loads of F1s in it. But yeah, people still use them, but when they're on canals. And you could use them right on the river, but I wouldn't. I'd rather put casters in the ground bait. Very situational, those squat fishing, in my mind. Oh, come on, tip. So we put that bait down that edge 16 minutes ago, so we're going to run this about that, yeah, we'll run this cast to 5 minutes, and then I'm going to have a look down that edge, just in some crazy idea that fish might come on it straight away. Afternoon everyone that's tuned in, welcome to the fishing stream. My name's Graham and I'm currently blanking. And if you're unfamiliar with that term, it means I'm catching no fish in a fishing competition. Which I think is, I don't know, I was going to say maybe partly to do with what I'm doing, but and partly to do with the fish, but I'm not sure on which is which. The good thing about keeping a YouTube channel and all my live streams is I get to kind of remember what was going on, you know, or I've got a recording of what was going on, so I can go back in future years at that time of the year and just check. But I think we may be making a reference to the fact that I fished pellet today and it was not a good idea. Well, that's certainly how it looks currently. But if you're delighted that you found some live streaming of some, you know, live matches in the UK, then hit the like button and drop me a comment, say hi. The predominant purpose of the fishing stream channel is to live stream, so that's the primary idea of the channel, so you get to see everything including days when I don't have such a good day like today. Go on, I got a bit of a shiver on. Come on, fish. I'm not sure it's that far back. Actually, let's leave it till past. I'll have a look on the edge, but don't look at fish, which is going to be instant or not, and then I'll ship back out on the long pole, or the short pole line really, and I'll dump some maggots. Still might fish a double corn, but maybe don't know. I say that, you know, I think that if there was fish there, they'd have the corn. This is the dilemma. You watch, I'll get home today and I'll put a description in this live stream, and I'll maybe I'll call it "No Fish Here" or "Blanked" or something like that. I'll get a few thousand views. Yeah, 80s, 90s, yeah. Yeah, it's the type of fish though, Nigel. If you go back to 1980, 1990, right, then if you go back to 1990, I was 15 and I was fishing Willow Park, and a good match weight at Willow Park was £30, like a good match weight, and that would be made up of some tench, some crucians, maybe a bream, a skimmer, a couple of roach, maybe a bonus carp of like £3 or £4, right? Maybe that's like 1990. Yeah, that's about right. 1990 to 1992 sort of time frame. I would say that's the case, and I could fish venues for Farnborough Angling Society at the time. If I went to Stillwater, or if I went to Hollybush, I might fish some ground bait, and I might have some squats and pinkies in the ground bait, and I'm trying to catch either some roach or like one big tench for £7 at Hollybush, stuff like that, right? Nowadays, I don't catch any tench. There's no tench in here, I'm sure of it. So, you know, what am I catching at Gold Valley? I'm catching carp, I'm catching F1s, and I'm catching bream. And that's it. And carp and F1s, I would never fish squats for carp and F1s. You know, F1s is maggots, soft pellets, hard pellets. As soon as pellets got introduced to venues in, say, or maybe I was 18, 19 when pellets became in use quite a lot, so 1993 to 1994. I might be wrong, but let's just sort of, let's put that window on it. Then everything changed. As soon as micro pellets were made, as soon as micros came out, and 2 mils, 4 mils and 6 mils, then, you know, it was clear that fish liked those baits, and they liked them a lot. But you, like I say, you'll still get people squat fishing now, but they'll be squat fishing on drains and canals where you've got to catch, you know, 2-ounce roach, 1-ounce roach. People will still be using squats, but not in a commercial fishery. The thing today is it's about the time of the year and the bait I'm using. Maybe I should use maggots, but they're not going to be mega weights today. It'll be one with like 5 fish if it's carp, 6 fish here anyway. Different venues are different, right? But yeah, I last caught a crucian carp. Actually, I caught 4 crucian carp. I was going to tell a fib then. I caught 4 crucian carp in Gold Lake here about 10 years ago, fishing paste. In like peg 20. And I was quite amazed. But that's because the venues that I fish, by the way, don't have those types of fish in it. The venues I fish have got more carp, more F1s, and when I fish the river, where I could use squats, I prefer to use pinkies and casters. If I think I've got to go down to a squat to catch a fish, I'll chuck the feeder out and catch a 5 pound bream. Do you know what I mean? So it's just sort of what I'm trying to fish for, and I'm trying to win a match and stuff. I really don't know between Farnham and Godalming. Farnham's got quite a lot of waters round this way where I am now. It's always been good. It's probably been a club for 100 years. So I wouldn't say anything bad about it. And I think nowadays on the Farnham ticket, it's probably Stillwater, Bagshot Lee, which has got a load of, well, it's a long time since I fished Bagshot Lee, but there'll be a lot of carp and bream and stuff like that. So yeah, I wouldn't, Godalming, I don't know their waters. It's more Guildford way, but I'd say it's probably all right. Right, let's have a look down here. If they're here, I'm going to know straight away. Because the float's going to settle and go under. You watch, what'll happen now is the float will settle, it'll go under, and I'll catch a roach on double cord. What I want is I want that float to go under at such a speed, because the fish has bolted off with the bait, it just pulls the elastic straight away, and I don't even see the float go under. I just react to the elastic coming out. We get a bite quickly. Reason being, if the fish have come in the edge, then they're you know, looking for food, and they're feeding more aggressively, more confidently. So one on the longer pole. Short pole. It's longer than the edge. So today it's the longer pole. Just decided I'm going to stay with corn as well on this, both of these lines. No more, Mark. No more. Did you? Right, what was it? Right. Not sure what you want to chat about either, mate. So, see you later. This is a fishing channel. Right, hour and a half to go. Just put more corn and micros on the short pole line and the edge line. We're going to give it half an hour and then we're going to go and have another look. Bum. Right. Yeah, it is a bit tough. And yeah, and I'm not really sure why. It's because I'm fishing pellets. Or is it just being tough, you know? Mark to my right, still only on one fish. Fishing a maggot feeder all day long. You know, so I don't know. If I'd have fished pellets and everyone else had fished maggot and they'd all have caught £30 of fish, then you would be able to say that pellets are wrong, right? But what I certainly can deduce is that pellets, even if they're not wrong, they're not right. It's too early. So if I come back the next couple of weeks, I think I'm going to still fish maggots, unless something changes and it's well, you know, well documented that people are catching on pellets. But it could still be that tip goes round. When I was fishing a few months ago, I wasn't catching on maggots, and then I caught, you know, one after the other. Just the trouble was that the fish had started to feed as the light started to fade and time ran out on me. But I felt like I would have, if we'd have fished on for another hour, I would have caught up. But yeah, if it had caught like 6 fish next to me on maggots, I'd have been disappointed. Equally, if it had caught 6 fish, then I probably wouldn't still be on pellets. And he knows what he's doing. For sure he knows what he's doing. I was banking on the fact that maybe there was a couple of fish to be caught on the pellets, and then maybe I could catch some of the new stocky fish on pellets. Maybe they would react to the noise, but either A, they're not in my peg, B, they can't hear because they're too far away from my peg, or C, they don't care. It's one of those 3 things. Yeah. Even though I'm not having the best of days fishing wise, it's still enjoyable. I'm still out, still chatting to the other anglers. Had a nice breakfast this morning. I'm chatting to everyone on stream, so you know, there's a lot of positives, even though it might seem a bit grim. No, Jim, unfortunately not. Hour and 20 minutes to go, and I'm currently 0 fish in the net. Oh, indication. Come on. There's a gentle little tug on the end of that. Tip just went, maybe you could be able to see it, tip just went like that. Just as if the fish picked up the bait, went to move, felt the resistance, and then dropped the bait. I sound like a carp angler, but it probably is a carp. So we're going to leave this in for a little bit longer. It might have been a liner somewhere else, but you know. It'd be nice if all those people that can do underwater filming and just do one about underwater indications, if they could work out how to do that. The fish bumped into the line, it looks like this on the tip. The fish hit the line with its fins, it looks like this on the tip. That would be really handy. I'd be quite interested to watch that. You can identify some of them, right? Really slow pulls, you know, that are really consistent. You know, that's a carp swimming into the line and the line's got stuck on it. You can see those. The ones that are really violent, you know, let's assume that the fish has picked that bait up, shot off, and then managed, the hook's pulled out of the fish, or the fish has spat the bait out and the hook's not in his mouth. And that's what they are. Sometimes these little pulls, I think that they're just fish picking up the bait and then spitting it back out again. Right. Hello. We've got quite a lot of people in the channel today. I've had quite a good stream in terms of streams. So thanks everyone for being here and staying. And maybe you didn't, and maybe a lot of people haven't stayed, but I think that's probably the case. Every time the weather's shocking, I do all right. Get quite a lot of viewers. Because everyone else is staying at home in the warm. Let's watch Graham blank. We can do it whilst we're having a cup of tea. Right, no more indications. Let's reset that then. I do always say you can catch £100 of fish in an hour here, no problem. And I'm not sure it's not really no problem, but well, I'm not sure it's really no problem. Get my language right. You can certainly catch plenty if the fish rock up to your peg, but there's still time, but time is running out. So we're going to leave this for 13 minutes and then we're going to go and have another look down the edge, then another look on the short pole, then back out on the bomb again. I think that's what we're going to do. Something like that. Yeah. Sadly, the tip's not going round. But you could always go, you could always come to the channel tomorrow, right? And you could just click on the live tab and you could go to one of the previous lives where I have had a good day. So tell you what, you could go and watch the live stream from Tunnel Barn Farm on Boxing Day. You go and watch that one. I'll catch a few fish. What I might do is I could sift through the 5 hours of footage on this other camera and get a little indication make a little 20-second short. My action today. So anyone that's coming and fishing the Rushmore tomorrow at Gold Valley on Syndicate Lake, I'm not suggesting pellets. Stick with maggots. Yeah, maggots are the bait here all winter. You can't fish bread, and effectively, I think I'm trying to think of the date range. It's like from December. You could probably work it, but because I've fished a few matches here, it's from December through to March. Just fish maggots. Might even be before that, might be mid-November. I'll have to look. we used to fish exclusively maggots here. When this became a commercial fishery, yeah, water skiing and jet skis. When I first came here, and I think that was before, whilst John Raisin was still negotiating it. When I first came here, because he asked me to come and fish it, so I've known him for a long time, and there was a speedboat going up and down Gold Lake. And if I remember rightly, I want to say that Gold Lake and Middle Lake were just one lake. I could be wrong, but I do remember the speedboat going up and down the big lake by the clubhouse. And then I fished, you won't be able to see it, but I fished on the bungalow lake with my back against the railway line, I remember. I fished on the pole and fished worm and caster and was catching like 6-7 pound bream all the time. And then it became a commercial fishery, and we used to fish a waggler up in the water spraying maggots. So you would come to Gold and buy a gallon of maggots, cast your waggler out and just start firing pouches of maggots until the rod got pulled in, which used to be great fun. And I might actually do that next season. I say next season. Should we do that in the summer? No, I'm not a flavourings man. Have I ever fished worm? What, you mean today or ever? I fish worms by the kilo down the river and other places. I have a fantastic pair of worm scissors. But yeah, I fish a lot of worm. But yeah, let's come back to Gold Valley in the summer, and I'll buy a gallon of maggots, and let's see if I can catch some carp up in the water, spraying maggots like we used to. Get back to the tunnel. I had two choices today. I could have come down to Gold Valley or up to tunnel. I live sort of in the middle nowadays. And here at Gold Valley, I can always get a stream. The 4G connection is better. If you go to tunnel, I can get a stream on some pegs on house and some pegs on new, and that's pretty much it. Everything else is either a disaster stream or not even bother. So because of that, I thought I'd come down, because I haven't fished for a few weeks and I haven't streamed for a few weeks. I thought I'll come down here, get a stream for sure, and catch a few, because it's been fishing all right, but I think the weights today are going to be dire compared to the previous couple of weeks. Not unless everyone's catching a load of fish and I'm just not seeing them, but I don't think that's the case. I think John Radford's going to catch a load of fish, or he has caught a load of fish, and then I think probably the most fish behind that's 3, unless they go on 120 or 122 they've caught a load, but I don't know. But yeah, I think it's been a tough day. Well, oh, is that you? Oh, Ryan? Is that you, Ryan? Is that Tunnel Ryan? I can't remember your surname. He's on 118 and he's catching F1s up the bank. That's what he's done today. 14.5 metres, in case anyone wonders. Give away all the secrets. Right, I might have some of those short kits for sale. I might have. We might have to speak. I've gone and bought 6 of the other ones. I'll tell you what will make this day better. If it can absolutely pour down for the last hour, that'll make it fantastic. Gosh, what a day. What a day. Oh, well, you've overdone it then, Ryan. You've overdone it. Right. Let's have a look down the edge. I tell you what, if it could rain for the last hour, that would be great. Hey? Snow would be good. Snow would be good. I'm going to go down here, down the edge, and I'm going to catch straight away on double core and watch. Are you ready for it? Right. You've got to stay humorous, I think, at times like this. Otherwise, you would just question what the heck you're doing. Come on.
Looks a bit brighter over there.
Yeah. Right.
By over there, I mean April.
Yeah. Right. Come on. Straight under, double figure carp. Let's have it. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. I'm sounding all positive, and I'm going to stay all positive. But I'm going to hook a fish down this edge, and I'm sure that everyone watching, or the majority of people watching, are probably watching going, mate, you haven't got a chance. There's no way that there's some little group of massive great carp down the edge. Come on. It's so deep down there. Must be 5 foot down that edge. There's at least an extra foot of water on the lake currently. At least. Come on. Float go under. Purple hydro come out. Let's have it. Okay, I don't mind. I'll come back to you. I'll come back. Maybe they're on the short pole line. They've not even made it to the edge. They've just stopped on the short pole, and they're waiting for me there. There we go. There we go. Not looking good, is it? I'm starting to have a few doubts, Mark. I'm starting to have a few doubts. A gentleman called John, he was watching earlier, he might still be watching now, you might be John. I'm enjoying watching you blanking. I'm gonna catch up. No, he's not fishing. Will's not fishing. We'll be fishing the Rushmore tomorrow. No, Gavin, no fish, I'm afraid. no fish at all. Not having the best day, but having a nice stream. I took a gamble using pellets. I don't think it's the right thing, although, as I keep saying, keep coming back to it, my friend Mark on the next peg, he knows exactly what he's doing, and he's been fishing it all winter, and he's been doing well, and he's fishing maggots on a maggot feeder, and he's not caught either. So how do you get any kind of conclusions out of that, you know? I was saying that, he's had one carp, he's had one bite, one fish, and I've had no bites, no fish. And I would imagine that everyone else around the venue's fishing maggots, and they've had a couple of fish each, I think. So not kind of how I want the day to play out, but it is what it is. So coming up to 2:10, gives me just over for 50 minutes to finish the match, and I go back out on this bomb. I've just gone back to a wafter, chocolate orange wafter from Ringers, and then I think we'll fish this 10-minute casts. Then I'm going to have another look down that edge at half past with half hour to go. There's enough bait down there. If the fish come in, then they'll be alright, but if not, then it'll be quiet. Yeah, it could be. Could be, I don't know. If anyone wants to know anything about Tunnel Barn Farm, by the way, Ryan, who's just chatting in the channel, is a Tunnel Barn Farm expert. Ignore the fact he's saying he's not enjoying it currently, but Ryan's a very good angler at Tunnel Barn Farm. Maybe that doesn't sound right. He's a good angler at Tunnel Barn Farm. He's either a good angler or he does well at Tunnel Barn Farm. It's one of those two. He could be rubbish everywhere else. He catches loads at Tunnel. Oh, there's another fish to my left. Another F1. I don't know if that's a little, I don't know if that's a bomb with a 6-inch hook length that he's got to my left, or it's a little method feeder. Could be a little method feeder. But he's put me to shame now. Fishing close to the rope. Go on, take that fish. Go on then. So I'm talking, the tip's just started to twitch. It's not had it convincingly. Come on. Yeah, he's fishing it more to the rope. Now I've shied away from the rope today in this peg. Predominantly because I believe that out in front of these pegs is where there's quite a few zebra mussels. And that puts me off, but he's definitely fishing closer to the rope to my left on 134. don't remember the last time I blanked. Maybe it's a little method feeder or a hybrid feeder. It's not a bomb, that's for sure. It's too big. So yeah, maybe could have fished in my method feeder closer to the rope. Had to risk losing gear, but maybe should have still done it, and then maggot feeder on the shorter line, and then maybe maggots in the edge or something, I don't know. It's a strange day. I say 10 minutes, I did, didn't I? Right. Oh dear, Steve, that's not good. That's not good. Well, that depends what you're doing, actually. That depends what you're doing. Neil opposite me, 107, that's might be watching the stream still. There's a lot of specimen fishing down the river, and he can definitely blank, but then he can definitely go and catch like double figure barbel and stuff. So I think he doesn't mind the blanks. Me coming here and blanking is a bit of a tragedy. I did better when there was ice on the lake. Well, on Gold Lake, anyway. That's quite funny. I'm glad I went the other week now and caught some fish down that other place. Otherwise, it would be the first session of 2026 and I'd have blanked. That wouldn't have been a good start. Well, there's more people tuning in towards the end of the match. See how I've got on, probably. Ooh, do. Oh, the liner. It was a good liner. Sadly, it was a liner. Come on, fish, I need you to target that wafter in that sea of pellets. Yeah, I agree, Andrew. Well, just the spring. I'm really looking forward to going back to Tonnerbarn Farm and fishing the spring spectacular at the back of April. Last year I went down and I got an absolute schooling on meat fishing. And on the third day I kind of got it a little bit better, and wow, it was great. So I'm really looking forward to doing that again. Hopefully it's still meat at that time of the year this year, but you never know, it could be too early or too late, or too late. Too late? Too early? Could be too early. I don't know. Hopefully it's meat fishing again. I really enjoyed that. Even though I've really enjoyed fishing maggots a couple of years before that. But yeah, roll on the spring. Well, John, I think you'll be alright as long as you don't come fishing on peg 132 Syndicate Lake, Gold Valley, and fish with 8mm pellets. Because it's not a good idea. Right, this tip has got 10 minutes to get pulled in. Wow, numbers are shot right up now. 65 people in the channel. What's going on? It's crazy. Hello and welcome to the fishing stream. Will soon be renamed tonight to the blanking stream. Gosh. Yeah, it is a long way, I guess, yeah. It's like I want to rewind to like 1 hour before the match. I was having a conversation with Mark to my right, and a gentleman on the far bank called Roger, and went, right, I'm going to fish pellets. There's been a few fish caught on pellets. All those new stockies have gone in. I think they'll respond to pellets. I'm going to fish pellets. Fish maggots, Graham. Fish maggots. But if I fish maggot, right, let's be clear. Mark's caught one. I could have caught 1 or 0. I could have had 10, but I don't think so. Not if he's caught 1. If he fishes maggot feeder and I fish maggot feeder, I am not going to catch 10 and him catch 1. That's not going to be the case. It's not going to be like that. So, you know, not like when you get it wrong at Tunnel Barn Farm and you get battered off the next peg. You know, you catch £40 and the guy off the next peg catches like 150. You know, here I'm going to catch 0 and he's going to catch 8. Unless he's caught more and I haven't heard. And the guy to my left might have caught 6. So let's see, but come on, fish, grab that wafter and just zoom off with it. Come on. Ooh. If you weren't here, you don't get to see what happened. What's it got? 5 minutes. I do think I might hook one down those, do you know? Having fished here a lot in the last 10 years, you know, what I really like is the fact you can win off any peg. Of course there's pegs that are more favourable, I think, but you can win off any peg. But I didn't think I'd blank. Admit. We'll come down here one day in the summer and see fish and maggots set up and spray maggots just like I used to. I might have to get an old landing net head handle. No, not handle. Landing net head. No, rod rest head. They're the words I'm looking for. I mean one of those big U ones with the green plastic that goes down and then meets in the middle. I need one of those. I might have to see if I can eBay one. I'm sure they're still available somewhere. Yeah, new stock has got in. They have been caught. There's been a few of them been caught, so they're feeding. Do you know what I mean? But it could have been brilliant, right? Let's be clear. It could have been the perfect idea today. Then I could have just taken the match out, no problem. As it happens, it's not quite worked out like that. Right, let's go down the edge and have a look, and then another look on the long pole. Maybe chuck the bomb out again, don't know, but That was a bite, that was a bite, that was a bite, that was a bite. And I missed it. Now I can't see what everyone's saying, right? But because I've got my back to the phone, but that was definitely a bite. Or a liner. Either way, I believe there is a carp down there, which may make me stay here now for the next half an hour trying to catch it. Or it could be a roach. Either way, that float definitely went under. It wasn't really the lightning fast bite that I would expect if a carp had grabbed it and felt the hook, but nevertheless it still went under. We're gonna
Cameras on the front.
I was a little bit nervous then, which you probably noticed by the fact I wasn't speaking. Then my pal Mark starts shouting some encouragement. Anyway. How long did that take? 10 minutes. Match winner. I don't think it's a match winner. But what it is, it's a relief. It's a relief. Right, I'm going to put a little bit more corn down there. I'm going to go on the other line for 5 minutes, and then we're going back down there. Nervous without that. That did not play like a the normal carp match thing. I don't even know what I'm saying. I just kept on going, and then I got it back in, and then wanted to go out again. Anyway, there we go. I was worried then, I tell you. Anyway, no blank for me. Right, now if you've not given the stream a like, you have to give it a like, okay? Right, 5 minutes. It's nicely hooked in the mouth. Saw me a couple of times. I had got it onto a top. I'd got down to the top kit, and then the fish starts to run. And you see me put the next 3 sections of pole out and ship it out really quickly. And the whole idea of that is to make the fish stop. Like the fish is pulling, and then suddenly it's not really pulling against anything. So sometimes just stop the fish dead on its tracks. Now should I bring it back again? Yeah? Down the edge. I've just fed it. I'm going to give it a minute. I'm going to give it a minute. Down the edge. All down the edge. Oh, next door has just said that they've caught down the edge, further down. So I was going to give it a few more minutes, but let's get down there now. 15 minutes to go. 15 minutes to go. Anyway. Straight out. Right, well, apparently there's fish being caught further towards 120, shortened down the edge. I don't know what kind of day they've had, but Mark just said that they've caught 4s and 5s down there, so it looks like the fish are coming in the edge as if it was, you know, the spring, and but I don't know if it's great out in front. Strange. Anyway, I've not blanked, so I'm happy about that. But let's see if another one's going to come into my peg before the end. Because it's the winter, and so I think that fish was around a bit, I would have left it a few more minutes before coming back down, but Mark's encouraged me to get down straight away. But let's see. It could have been a liner as well, but it does. Oh, I've just got another one. They're clearly in front of him. Come on, fish. That was a bite, I think. Well, same again, bite of a liner. There's fish down there. Must have been a liner. Well, I would have missed 3 bites in a row. Sometimes it's the problem if you're fishing towards the edge but not quite in it. Fish sort of go the wrong way and they can just sort of bash your line and then give you false indications, whereas if you're fishing further out you can sometimes get cleaner bites, but they clearly want to be in the edge. I just wonder how many, how long they've been happy to come down that edge for. Maybe putting micros down there was a disaster and maybe that's causing some of this problem, or maybe just there's a few fish coming in there and they're just competing and just knocking the rig, causing me to strike. I don't know. It's not clean, that's for sure. You can't fish tight against the bank because there's so many boulders and rocks. You can't get a flat spot for the fish to feed on, so you just end up foul looking fish if you do that. Still, I don't know how long I've got laying left. It can't be long. I feel like I've been down here for another 10 minutes without saying too much. So yeah, that's that. Well, what do you know? What do you know? Right, I don't know where I sort of stopped watching the things. Wow, loads of you out. Thanks for coming, everybody. Right, so we just finished. I've got one fish in the net. Carp, about £9. I've got it down the edge just to go through the match for the day. I've started on the bomb. I thought I would try and fish pellets today. At some point the venue's going to switch to pellets and move away from maggots, but I'm not sure that's just yet. It's not today. Long story short, I've been on the bomb for 4.5 hours. I kept trying the short pole and I fed the edge in the last 2 hours, I think it was. I fed corn and some micros and some maggots, and then eventually I've had one down the edge with I think I called it 25 minutes to go. So and seemingly they've caught some fish down the edge late to my right hand side. So if you see the results for this match today, just remember that if they've had 30-40 pound in the last hour, then like me, they haven't caught much during the day, but clearly the fish are happy to come down the edge. I'm not sure why I didn't catch on the short pole then, and I caught nothing on pellets on the bomb line, but you know, that's the way it goes. And I haven't blanked, so let's see. Fishing's not my job, Andrew. Fishing for fun. So anyway, that's it. Look, I appreciate it. That's clearly a load of people have come in at the death probably to see how I got on today. If you liked it, you know, if you sat through the 4 hours and 4.5 hours till I got a bite, then you know, hit the like button. And when I post the video later, I'll think you, then just drop a comment, you know, say you enjoyed the day, and I look forward to seeing you on the next one. Outside of that, thank you to all the subscribers, and if you're not subscribed, please consider doing that with notifications on, and you'll see the next time I go live. Anyway, right, that's it everybody, summary done. Time to pack up before I get really rained on. So we'll see how it goes. Right. I